Hello. Oh, there I am. Wait, hold on. Where's my clouds? There they are. Alright, so... it's been a week for me.
Better find a way to deliver.
Luckily, the latter half of the week was way more chill than the beginning half. That's how I prefer it, you know. So, for today's dinner, I decided to get Sonic, kind of how I do it on Tuesdays, but decided to do the same thing today. It's been a very long week, so I think I deserve it. Mm. I mean, this is a ridiculously easy Endeavor day. So for Sonic, I managed to get myself a lot, to be honest. They had a buy one get one deal that's been kind of hovering around, so I decided to pick it up. So it's buy one get one entree, right? So that's like any of their main burgers and whatnot. So I was like, okay, well, I wouldn't mind, like, I could probably, generally my McDonald's orders are like $10, $12. I was like, I could probably fit that. So I like bought 2 sandwiches. I bought like their like bacon, their like double bacon burger, very greasy, and then also their chicken sandwich. Buy one get one deal. I get a large drink, but large drinks are half off after 5. So it was very, very cheap. And I also got a burrito to top it off. Okay, what's sweet? Oh, my bed is sweet. Where is my Leowin trunk? It says that it's 8. Do I have that? Is that upstairs? I'm just curious about... Oh, that's what's at the edge of my bed. I'd rather take that than move my bed, even though I'm putting it right back. So much brighter in here ever since I turned my lamp on. Alright, so 5 nodes, easy. 5 stone Atra is a little bit out of the way. I think the enchanting I probably have a better bet. I'm gonna need these napkins. Okay, so I put my stream manager on my PC. I am planning on a UESP stream on Saturday. It's going to be like, I'm going to try to do at least, you know, I'm going to try to do 2 hours. I may have figured out how to make Oblivion run better just by experimenting. It still crashes, though, so there's going to be crashes, but I'm trying to get it to run well, like, play well while it's actually up. It's so easy to save in Oblivion that I don't really mind the crashes all that much. It's going to be kind of embarrassing, but I don't know. I mean, it's going to be the last stream that I do before the Solstice update. I don't know, so maybe I should be doing ESO. I'm not sure. I was thinking today about a potential thing they could talk about this year with Solstice, because I thought about a connection between Altmer and Argonians that I hadn't thought of before. And obviously the first one that came to mind as soon as they revealed Solstice being Argonian and Altmer, the first thing I thought of was, well, Topal the Pilot, first thing, right? Second thing that I thought of today, the thoughts were very far apart, was the idea that Argonians are named after Argonia, which is the name of Blackmarsh, but it is an Altmeri name, according to some sources. But there's some dispute over that. I mean, like, obviously it doesn't sound like one.
Legero, Mako.
I guess I should say Aldmeri, not Altmeri. But it'd be interesting to see if they link it up somehow that way. Now, my Topal the Pilot link was a little bit validated by seeing that there's a house that you could get on Solstice called like the Halls of the Ancients or something, And the Ancients is a term that they generally give to ancient Aldmeri, particularly the name of Aldmeri that, like, you would encounter during Tobal's time. One thing that really interests me is the development of Altmeri architecture. Because, you know, you have the Altmeri, they became very ultra stylized and whatnot. And the Aelids maintained the same architectural style from what I can tell. You never see anything like strictly Altmeri in Aelid architecture. It's always the very basic kind of design. And obviously there's talk of them preserving Dawn-era magics and whatnot, so that might be a reflection of that, right? I mean, like we actually stayed more true to our origins than even you did. But obviously then that completely fails as Daedric cults take over their culture, but I'm very interested to see how that comes into play with Solstice. Nope. Flailing around the water. What I also want to get into is like sorry, this bacon is chewy. I reheated it, so like of course. Okay. What was I saying? Oh yeah. The I'm curious about the nature of these Argonians, like the Tideborn Argonian tribe. I wonder what that is in Gel, but I'm interested to hear their relation to like the Duskfall if they go about that. Do the Tideborn hold on to their history? Like are they different in the way that they actually preserve knowledge more, even if they didn't? It looks like they went with the Duskfall because they're living in huts. It looks like, but that doesn't mean they like. What if they're the only tribe that has a record of it? Like they held on to it. I mean, there is a. I talked about how there's a book that goes over the Argonian creation myth, but it's only attributed to one tribe because it's not a very common idea around various tribes. I doubt that's the Tideborn, because they do give a name for the tribe, even though it is in Gel. I still doubt it's the Tideborn because, you know, this is a very isolated island that apparently no one knew about. I'm interested to see the details behind that too. So there's an old legend about how Black Marsh is actually a fragment of the Hist's original world, and a lot of it fell into the ocean over time, and I think maybe during the War of Manifest Metaphors. But I mean, if that's the case, then like what are the dynamics of, like, I think if that is the case, it might explain some of the odd properties of Black Marsh, right? Like, its composition is different. And if Solstice is still within those bounds, like if Solstice is still a piece that didn't quite get under the waves, it makes me wonder if we could see some of those same properties on that island. For example, the water might even raise bog blights. I don't know. So yeah, basically my theory, at least like my immediate theory that I'm still kind of holding on to. Well, I got two theories. One is that like any Altmeri existence on this island was probably started by Topal the Pilot back in the Merithic era. My second theory is that if that's not true, all these Altmer, or at least generally, most of these Altmer, if not all of them, are Meridia worshippers. Maybe it could be both. I definitely think there's something very Meridia about these Altmer. We see a lot of Meridia motifs in like the trailers and stuff, right? Not always associated with them, but like, because it's kind of hard, right? For example, you look at the city and it's called Sunport, and it's like, oh, there's a sun reference. You have Magnus, and you know, Magnus is the father of Meridia, and it's like, okay, well, you have sun motifs everywhere with the Altmer, so it's not particularly surprising. But you do see like Meridian Guardians and stuff, and I think one of the biggest things that I noticed was that the name of the clan of these elves is known as the Coralania, and we don't know what coral means to my knowledge. Maybe it hilariously has something to do with the ocean. I don't know, but I know that Anya means life, and that would directly connect them to Meridia. It would also explain why they're outcasts, because obviously Daedric worship is a big no. And interestingly enough, it would also add some reasoning to that weird Meridia statue in Coral Airy right? Like, what if Coral Airy was made by the Coralania elves? In which case, you would be like, oh yeah, okay, this makes a lot more sense. Which would be amazing, because that dungeon came out back in 22. Thank you for the sleepy time view, treacherous night. I will see you when I see you. Well, I guess I'm seeing you now, but... I'm sleepy too, which is weird. I mean, I guess I got like 7 or 8 hours. I feel like I should have gotten more. Because, like, last night, weirdly enough, this is like, not happened ever. Especially not since we got our new internet. But our internet shut off at 2 a.m. when I was, you know, I had just, oh hey, nice. I had just gotten to work, or just gotten home from work, like a few hours before. And I realized I got kicked out of ESO right as I was quitting, and I was like, wait, what's going on? And my internet went down, and I realized that it's just down, and it stayed down until 8 a.m., so that's 6 hours of it being down. So I was, I napped. I tried to get Oblivion to work. It's been a week for me. I'm really glad that happened last night and not tonight, though. I guess night's still young, but... I think this burger might be taking like a few years out of my life. Oh. So, yeah, I'm probably gonna be telling stories like all weekend. But here's my story of what happened this week. A lot of shit happened this week. So, basically, those who were here last Friday, probably that you might remember that I had mentioned as soon as I got home on Friday last week, I got a notification that the employee at my work that we had covering the final shift was out because she didn't show up. And that meant that I was going back to my old schedule, which meant that I was working 8 hours and not 6.5. And I was like, you know, pros and cons, right? The pros being more money, the cons being really late stream on Friday, and obviously having to work late, never getting to see my dog unless it's the weekend. So yeah, there were pros and cons. So I was like, okay, could be worse. So then I get in on Monday after that weekend, and as I get into work, my supervisor
Do you have a moment?
informs me of an extra little bit of lore that he didn't tell me before, and maybe he didn't tell me this because he didn't want me to. He didn't want to ruin my weekend or something. I don't know, but maybe it wasn't finalized, and so he didn't tell me. But essentially, not only was our new employee fired, but the oldest employee that we've had on site got fired. Basically, my relief got fired. So essentially, I guess she left the work site before the new employee even had a chance to show up. And like I said, the new employee did not show up at all, which meant that my relief left and the new employee didn't show up and no one was there at all, and that's a big no. So they both got canned. Now, this was the third strike that my relief had. This was not like an immediate, like, oh, you made one mistake, you're out. This was the third strike, and it was, you know, I've known her obviously my entire time working there, and it was very sad. It didn't really seem to bother her much, but it was a chaotic day, right? It's like he informs me that she's gone, and that means that I don't have a relief. Now, obviously that makes me incredibly nervous, because now I don't have anyone to take over my job, and I don't want to be there forever. Oh my god. And he says not to worry because they already have another officer who's temporarily covering for the position. I'm like, okay. That's fine. So, that night, the other officer shows up and covers for her. And after a chaotic day of, you know, obviously just drama and everything, I go home. And then Tuesday happened. Tuesday was the worst day of the week by far. In fact, Tuesday might have been the worst day of my year so far. Worst day of 2025 as of now. Probably like the first half. So I did my 8 hours, right? And I parked ready for my relief to come in, and I was waiting, and I was waiting, and I was waiting, and I was like, okay, well, 5 minutes, that's fine. 10 minutes, that's whatever. I have a very short commute, I don't care. 20 minutes, 30 minutes, I gotta call my supervisor. So I call my supervisor, and I hate calling him because I mean, like, at that point, he just got home a little while before, and and he still had to be up for this kind of stuff. And I feel bad because I don't want to bother him, but I'm like, this guy didn't come in, can we call him? So everyone's trying to call him. I'm texting him. The proxy district manager is calling him. My supervisor is calling him.
Either full of jewels or full of...
No one is able to get into contact with him, and I'm just stranded alone. Basically, it's like being stranded on a planet, you know? It's like, it's like, what do I do? It's like, basically this shift goes until 8 a.m., and at this point it's like it's 11 a.m. p.m. So I get off at 11 p.m. and the next shift goes until 8, and I'm sitting there like, do I just stay? And my supervisor, he's trying really hard, but I don't think he wants to tell me the truth, and the truth is that, yeah, I have to. And I'm like, So he pulls some strings, which I'm eternally grateful for. He pulls some strings and says that he can have someone there at 4 a.m. And so I basically have to just survive until 4. That's an extra 5 hours. But it's like, hey, it's 5 hours of overtime pay, you know? So I get home at 4 a.m. And obviously I only got like 4 or 5 hours of free time before I had to go back to bed. Because like going to bed at 9 is pushing it, right? I gotta be up at like 2:30 or something. So, that was, I mean, like, weird stuff happened during when I was staying up late, right? Like, I kept myself sane by, like, being in a call with Crazed for a bit. At one point, I'm probably going to be telling this later, but at one point, I was patrolling the employee parking lot when I noticed that there were some lights on the road. And the employee parking lot is kind of a separate portion of the work lot. So essentially, you have to go on the road for a little bit to get back to the main warehouse. So I'm getting ready to go back on the road to get to the warehouse, and I see these weird lights on the road. I'm like, oh, those are police officers. It looks like there's two of them. They're moving kind of slowly in my direction, though. And keep in mind, this is like in the middle of nowhere. I mean, like, this late at night, no one's driving. And I see that there's actually 3 cars, two police cars, and 1 actual car that they are trailing behind so closely that it's almost like they're all linked together, right? And it's like the slowest car chase you've ever seen in your life, right? Like, think of the most intense car chase. This is the exact opposite of that. But that being said, this guy is not stopping. He's still going. It's just really slow. And so he tries to pull into the employee parking lot, right? He makes the first turn into the employee parking lot. I don't know if he thinks that he's going to stop there for the police, or if he thinks that he can give him the runaround in the parking lot. I'm not sure, but he turns to get into the parking lot, and I'm right there, right as he turns. I'm security. It almost looks like those police officers called security to stop him. But no, I was just there. I was literally just there by circumstance. I'm just like, sup. So he was sandwiched between me and the 2 officers. He had like this car with like the Joker on the side or something. I don't really know. It was really weird. But I basically stopped him because he couldn't go any further. And so the officer got out and talked to him, and I was like, you know, my job here is done. And so I left. But yeah, that weird stuff happened that night. But I did get home, I survived, and I got 5 hours of overtime pay, which puts me at 45 hours. Which probably, it put me in a decent place. Next week, my paycheck, or rather the next paycheck I get after this one, is gonna have Memorial Day pay as well. So, oh my god, why am I lagging? Like, there's server lag going nuts here. Because it's not my actual ping. Anyway. So yeah, I don't get Memorial Day off. I don't get any holiday off. New Year's, Christmas, whatever. I get nothing. So, that leads me into my next topic, which is the topic that I talked a lot about last week. And honestly, probably the week before. And that is, my vacation. Now, it's been really hard to get to even think about a vacation lately because everything's been so chaotic, and it got even more chaotic when the firings happened. So we're in a really bad place. That being said, as my supervisor was letting me know that we're losing an employee, out of nowhere, an old employee called the site and asked if we were still hiring. I don't believe in fate or anything, but that was nuts. So she's kind of in the process of taking my relief's place. She's getting a background check, orientation. She's probably gonna need to take training again. But once that's done, we're basically going to have all slots filled. And it sounds like they might even have some flexes who are available for the day. I'm gonna feel a lot more comfortable asking for a vacation. My vacation, I want to have at the end of June. I don't want to have it the first week of July. If I have to move it, it might end up being mid-July. So that's what I'm gonna aim for. So it's basically just gonna be a week of nothing. It's gonna be a week of you know, sleeping, eating, and streaming, that kind of stuff. Nothing. Basically, just lazing around because there's a lot of walking for my job, and I'm tired. I'm not going to tell them that, though. For all they know, I'm gonna go film a movie. I'm probably gonna have to get some, like, do some actual stuff. Like, I'm probably gonna have to, get a dental checkup, maybe a doctor checkup. Can I have this? Thanks. Oh, hey. Nice. So I bet you're wondering, very intrigued and curious listener, where my relief went and what happened afterwards. Well, we don't know. It's really freaky that everyone that seems to do... Is this a treasure mound? Not one that I can dig. Odd. Wonder why it's showing up for me. But everyone that seems to do that shift seems to just never want to do it again. Pick this up anyway. But he did just totally, entirely vanish. And we have no idea where he went.
Magister Irin never
People
let
at
me
my
do this.
people at my site seem to vanish. So if something happens to me, it's probably some some Doctor Who plot. But I work full time and I'm too tired to have to deal with it, so I'm not gonna look into it. But yeah, we're all very confused. So basically what we did was we asked the guy who relieved me at 4 if he would take over for like the foreseeable future until we get this new employee. And he seemed to be okay with it. This guy is reliable. He's very nice. You know, on time and all that. So very happy to have him. So he saved me on, you know, Tuesday night, Wednesday, and Thursday. And then today, we have We have another employee that does Fridays. Also very reliable. On time and all that. Ah, no, don't want the butterfly. So yeah.
So much better than reading.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to do a UESP stream for like a couple hours. Probably starting at 4 and ending at 6. Because I haven't been able to do it lately. I haven't played since like Oblivion Remastered came out. I haven't done a UESP stream. It's been a while. My schedule's been nuts. So I want to do a couple hours to make up for that. I don't really know what I'm gonna do. I don't know if Oblivion's gonna stream well. It hasn't before. Oh, oops. No, that's not what I want to do. Go.
Look out, everyone. Tamriel's best duo is back.
I wonder what this guy doesn't join. I mean, I get that the tank can't join, but... Lucid time. Pariah's Pinnacle, where's that? I'm not sure where Pariah's Pinnacle is. Is that a house? I mean, it makes sense that it's here, yeah. Yeah, it's a house. Anyway, you can imagine, like how... relieved I am to have the weekend. I don't have anything mandatory to do this weekend, except for my UESP stream. I don't have to go anywhere, don't have a party. Now next week is going to be a little bit different. Because next week is going to be the end of... It's going to be the end of May, early June. So, we're going to be going, like, to CC's for Jared's birthday. It's a pizza restaurant. Someone here just thought, if you can call that pizza. I've got mixed feelings about CC's. I mean, like, obviously CC's pizza is not like... It's not like, oh, this is the best kind of pizza in the world. But it's the amount of it and the diverse flavors that I think I really like. It's not like the most high-quality pizza, no. But it's good enough. It's good enough that you want a lot of it, and it's a restaurant that offers a lot of it, so I think it's pretty good. Desserts are also pretty decent. I like those. Like the warm, gooey brownies. So that means that we're going to be a bit late for the Sunday stream, right? So Sunday might end up being like a 9 p.m. start. We'll see. I don't really see... I mean, like, it might... might be later than that. I don't know. But... I don't really see Jared passing up on VR chat, so we'll see what happens. Okay, so I'm in a Lucent Citadel lobby. Mythical Wizard. Honestly, we only need DPS. This is so strange. We only need DPS. Like we're low on DPS. We need 5 more. We don't need any healers. We literally have 2 tanks. 2 tanks. It's crazy. Okay, that's another DPS. Wait, yeah, okay, another DPS, I guess. They're all just kind of waiting around in the Citadel. Fun fact about me, I used to pronounce Citadel as Seattle. I have no idea why.
I love a good fire. Reminds me of being a kid. Being hungry wasn't so bad when you were warm.
You're making me sad.
I need to keep busy, to keep my mind off this.
We're almost there. Where'd you get that box? It'd be so wild that this fell apart because we couldn't get one more DPS. There we go. I remember when I had a music mix that I would play, there was a point, for some reason, where I didn't use ESO's actual soundtrack. And I would always, when I'd be streaming, I would be playing like a music mix, like a Nintendo menu music mix. Nah, man, it's not alive for me to talk to. And I like that music mix, right? I mean, I like the 3DS menu music and Wii U and all that stuff. It's just that I didn't use the actual game soundtrack for a while during that period. That was during that was 2021, right? So that was during Blackwood, and I was doing a lot of streaming back then because that was around the COVID days. Some people have talked about like who's going to be the composer for Elder Scrolls 6, right? I think they're the most likely candidate, at least in my opinion. So they might not go with him because he's so likely, but it would be Enon Zur. I think that's how you say his name. Shoot. He's done music for, I think he did music for Blades. So he's actually done Elder Scrolls music before. I don't really... What? My inventory's full already? What? Huh. I don't really know about Brad Derrick. Because one, he's still busy with ESO. I think he could do a good job. I just think that, I don't know. I'd like to see what he would do with maybe, like, a group of, like, different... Maybe, like, an actual orchestra? Or something? I'd be interested. I think he does great work, obviously, for ESO. But I think that, like, for, like, a main game, I feel like Zur might have the kick that Elder Scrolls needs. I'm not sure. I can't. I mean, like, what my favorite composition from Xur. Again, I'm hoping I'm saying that right. Is the Deep Freeze track from Starfield. I think, like, I pretty much want the Deep Freeze track to play a lot more often than it does. It basically, in my opinion, is like the most Starfield-y. I think it embodies the feel I get when I play Starfield the most. It has this kind of like loneliness feel to it, but also it's a wondrous loneliness. It's kind of like a comforting liminal space vibe, and then mixed with it. What the fuck? Ow! And then mixed with it is this like almost. There's a point where it becomes the brass almost becomes like discordant. Almost like an old, like a 1950s sci-fi, as the music like swells up, and then it becomes a lot more relaxed. It's just there's something about it I just really like. I remember when I heard it, and I stopped what I was doing, and I recorded a clip, and I was like, that's my favorite track. I mean, I wanted to save that somewhere, and it took me forever for someone to find it for me. Because I didn't want to go through the soundtrack and spoil everything, so I was like, I want to find it, but the soundtrack is so long. It's a good soundtrack. The soundtrack, like the aesthetic they went for in the soundtrack is the exact aesthetic that they wanted for the game, I think, because it just hits this vibe. Okay, I am going to teleport to the red side. Brilliant Luster Beam! Can we get those guys, please? Can we, I fortified my Magicka, but... Wow, we're doing a lot of damage here. A little bit faster than I imagined. Make it even faster. We're actually behind. Do you think we can burn? We're gonna try to burn. No, we're not gonna try to burn. I mean, we can still shoot from here, but... Oh my god. Oh my god. 0.2%. 0.2. Did they get him? They like sneezed on him and he died. Oh, that sucked. I am super sturdy. I got you. I got you. You got the regen. Wild sound. I remember when I used to do the Overwatch League mix. That video is still up. I guess it makes sense. It was officially posted. I don't really think they use that music anymore, especially since the league is down, but I don't know if they've reused it for Championship Series. By the way, I wonder if they're doing games this weekend. I should check that out. Okay. There was just flour in there. Remember, if you have the dark AoE at the crystals, you should be. And red on yellow, whatever. What did this guy do? I mean, come on, man. Messed up. So I've been listening to the Kind of Funny podcast with the ESO devs. They're doing 4 episodes. They've got 3 so far. I think the 4th is going to be this last week of May. And they've covered a lot of good stuff, you know. Been very fun. They also revealed, or not really revealed, but they posted a new graphic depicting the, you know, new season pass design and what you get with it and things like that. This new graphic did confirm that quarter 3 is going to be around October, which I don't think we knew. And they also confirmed that ESO Plus users will get access to these new dungeons, even if they do not buy the content pass. And the more I go about it, the more I really like this new design. Especially since I had people who apparently had quote-unquote leaks, and they were like, get ready for ESO to be more expensive, things are gonna get worse. And yeah, I mean, like, is it more expensive in terms of, like, the chapter being more expensive? And yeah, I know, it's like, the word is not chapter, but all in all, it's going to be a big zone that seems to have every attribute of a chapter. You know, right? I mean, like we're gonna be dealing with 6 delves. I think 2 public dungeons, a trial. I can assume world bosses. It's kind of has all the attributes of a chapter. It's just gonna be. It's not gonna be one big release, so therefore they're not calling it one. So basically it's like, okay, well I would pay $40 for a chapter. Technically I'd be paying more for like a bonus edition. But okay, so let's just say on average a player is spending $40 for a chapter, right? If that player also wants to own the Dungeons packs, which come out in quarter 1 and 2, sorry, 1 and 3, that would rack them up an extra, like, I think around maybe $20-$30. So, I mean, it depends if they're using their ESO Plus crowns and stuff, I guess. But if they're buying crowns, it would definitely be more money. So if they want to own those dungeons, you're spending somewhere around $20-something. But as of now, if you buy the content pass, you're getting the chapter size zone and all the dungeons for a collection of $50 instead of it being like a $75 payment over time. Now this does a couple things, right? Allowing the ESO Plus users to utilize the dungeons means that the dungeons are going to be very well populated, because you're going to have players basically not, I guess forced isn't the word, but they're going to be, a lot more people are going to have this dungeon pack than usual. You seem done? So yeah, because generally what a lot of people probably do is they buy the chapter and then they don't bother buying the dungeons, but now a lot of people are getting the dungeons just by virtue of them having the zone. So that means that it's very likely these dungeons might be more populated than the average dungeon. And it's just going to be really nice that people own them. You don't have to worry about losing that. Really, the only downgrade to the new system is that it's going to be dropped over time, and even that, it's kind of relative whether or not that's a downgrade, right? There are pros and cons to it. I mean, like... Development-wise, there's a lot of pros, apparently. But for players, in my opinion, I think it maybe makes things a little bit more interesting. It's kind of a downgrade from a chapter in a small zone, but it's better than just getting one small zone, which I kind of expected. Now, I don't know if Solstice is one big zone or if it's going to be actually 2 zones. I'm not sure how that works, but a lot of things are kind of making it seem like that it is 2 different zones. Because I don't know how they would actually split a zone in half, like an actual physical zone. I don't know how they would do that. And also, it makes they said that Eastern and Western Solstice are going to have different armor drops, and I don't really think that's possible to do if it's an overarching zone. I mean, I guess they could, but I don't know. That would be interesting, but it just sounds like it might be 2 zones, because I mean, like, let's say that right now it's the Rising Wall event, right? So it's the event in quarter 3, where everyone has to team up and take down the Writhing Wall, which is essentially like a big demented ghost fence. And let's say that that's happening right now. And right now, me and all these guys right here take it down. We are the first people to take down the Writhing Wall. Now, what happens at that point? Are we allowed to just walk into this new zone? Or what? Because the actual zone doesn't drop during quarter 3, and this event is during quarter 3. So, if anything, I think it's just kind of more like one of those fancy events where they're like, once you reach 100%, you unlock this reward. Think of it like a reskin of that. And therefore, that means that quarter 4 would drop the zone as a reward for participating in the quarter 3 event. So I think it just kind of makes sense that they're going to be 2 different zones. Now, anyone that's doing the PTS is probably like, they could tell me, but I haven't looked at a single PTS thing to my knowledge. I don't like doing PTS because I like keeping things kind of hush hush, and we're a week away from it dropping, so. But yeah, so don't expect, you know, a huge zone. It's just going to be, I'm gonna assume, around like the size of Southern Elsewhere, the size of the Reach, things like that. And that's going to be the only content we have. That's going to be our new content until like October. So it'll be June, July, August, September. And then the dungeon pack, which is called Feast of Shadows, will drop in October. And anyone that's bought the content pass, you don't have to buy these new dungeons when they come out because you'll automatically have them. Because it's single purchase. I'm assuming that probably puts quarter 4 in December. I don't really think they would do a month after, but I'm not sure. I think it makes sense that the that Eastern solstice is like a tropical paradise, and Western is a very cold-looking, Cold Harbor-ish area. I think that's very fitting because one's coming out in summer and the other's coming out in winter. I hope they don't pull. Please don't pull. Please don't pull. Please don't pull. So I'm interested about Solstice. The fact that it's like an isolated island, I'm kind of wary about. Kind of like how are they gonna do that? How are they gonna approach that as a concept? Like, that means that you can't really think something like Sister's History, right? Because I mean, you could, but it's like you can't have people that know about this place. And is there a reason why it's hidden? I'm interested in finding out. It's really well developed for being hidden, let me tell you. I'm also kind of meh about the fact that they are not giving Argonians the front and center again. I mean, like, we get an Argonian DLC, and they're not front and center. I mean, like, think about Blackwood, right? So Blackwood, in terms of like main story, was kind of mean to the Argonians. They didn't really serve a purpose. There wasn't really an Argonian component, and I feel like they could have done a lot more with it. It's very odd. It almost seems like they just don't want to give Argonians something. And it's not like they can't, because Murkmire, I mean, who doesn't like Murkmire? Like, Murkmire's story was incredible. People really like Murkmire. It did really well to my knowledge. And so it's kind of odd to see Argonians once again. It's like, oh, cool, Argonians, and it's like, you know, even in their homeland, right, right off the coast of Blackmarsh, they don't even get the entire DLC. Instead, they have to share it with the High Elves and also the Worm Cult. So I'm interested to see. Ow. I'm interested to see what extent the Argonians benefit from this DLC. Now, Argonians aren't, Argonians don't have it as bad as Bosmer buddies. Bosmer fans have it way worse. I mean, like, they do a chapter, and they finally give Bosmer some attention, and they're the bad guys. I mean, they got some cool lore, but they're still the bad guys. I don't know. I mean, like, at least the Argonians in Blackwood were kind of off to the side. At least they weren't the bad guys. It should be said, though, that a lot of people that practice the Dawnway, they're not bad, right? Vashavar itself is not a bad location. In fact, after you complete the main quest in Gold Road, and you interact with the with those in Vashavar, a lot of them, in fact most of them to my knowledge, are actually very upset about being used by like a radical sect that believes in what they believe, right? It's an interesting nuance. So, you know, the Bosmer weren't all bad, but they still kind of got the short end of the branch. I realized how that sounded. And I know a lot of people want orc stuff. I don't really know where they would put orc stuff. Apparently they're not above making fresh islands. But that being said, Hrothgar is a big zone, right? I mean, Hrothgar is a big zone, and it had one of the best stories in the game. Murkmire, at its best, is still very, very small. I don't know, something in me kind of believes that we are going to be seeing, we're seeing a decent amount of Argonian love, I think. A lot of Blackwood's advertising was very Imperial, and it had more of an Imperial lean, but a lot of Solstice's, advertising and stuff has been very Argonian focused. So
I got something in the knot.
oh man, and that Argonian behemoth, like the the orange Argonian Behemoth, like, the look of that, the colors, the animation, like, the animation on that thing is just amazing. It's so fluid. Like, it's like Monster Hunter vibes. I want one as my friend. Somehow I don't think the one that they showed in the trailer, I don't think he wants to be friends, but I really liked it. There's something about the colors that really works. Something I really like about ESO is that like with Elder Scrolls 4, it doesn't shy away from being very colorful. My bad. I think I remember someone complaining about like how colorful ESO is, and I'm like, oh wait, well, maybe if you stop playing Morrowind and Skyrim, like Oblivion, Daggerfall, Arena, Legends, you know, like. Different games can have a. I mean, like, obviously Skyrim is very gray because of where it is, and there's not a whole lot of, you know, there's magic, but it's not. I don't think it's magic centric. I had a friend ask me, why. Is there a reason why there's no spellcrafting in Skyrim, like lore-wise? And I was like, well, there's nothing definitive. It's not like the Levitation Act that they did in Oblivion. But, I do think that you can make a case for why there's no spell crafting, because like magic as of Skyrim is not like super, it's not super valued as it is in Oblivion, and the reason for that is because magic kind of took a nosedive after the Oblivion crisis and the Mages Guild collapsing. Magic just wasn't as big of a deal. It was less popular and all that. Now. They asked me, like, do you think that Elder Scrolls 6 is going to have less magic because of that? And I don't think so. I don't think so. I think that they, I think that, you know, the devs probably realize that magic, obviously everyone loves it. And I believe that they'd probably go back to spellcrafting. I'm really running out of magicka here, I'm sorry. I think that Elder Scrolls 6 is probably going to be like a bit of a, maybe a tiny bit of a time jump at the very least. And they could just say, you know, perspectives on magic are better now. Maybe there's a new kind of Mages Guild. Maybe the Mages Guild comes back. I don't know. There's going to be a lot of changes, like, probably, if they do a little bit of a time jump. Wait, there's no carrier? Holy shit. This tank, though... I had a Bedlam Vale, veteran Bedlam Vale run earlier, like last night, That was so fast and smooth, not a single group member death, and it was could not have been any faster. It was very impressive. We didn't even take the tree shortcut. Hey, I got everyone, look at that. Yeah, no. Okay, another barrier. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be here. Maybe I should. Maybe I'm exactly where I need to be.
You can't hide from the Citadel.
Hey, I'm the savior! I'm gonna carry this to the very end.
Nalarka is right over here. Bring them out. Quickly now.
I did it! It's me! All me! You're welcome.
Let Kassar go, thank you.
Give me a kiss.
It is done. It is done.
Okay, they're gonna need to remind me what they're looking for. Loosen Echo's legs. Oh, neat. Well, I already had that, but neat. I got Girdle. I got Zoran legs. I didn't get any Nolarka. Oh, I only got the Great Sword Nolarka.
Ready for business.
Okay, Azag, where's Azag? This guy, the Warlord. You can have it all, my dude. Because I don't need any of it. I'm gonna have to gamble, like... Oh, he's already trading. Yeah, he went to the next guy. So the new trial we're gonna be getting, I mean, like, that is gonna be called the Ossian Cage. I think it's gonna take place like mostly in Cold Harbor. You're gonna be like after a Daedric artifact.
I got my nickname because my eyes reminded people of the warm embers of a fire. I think fires are much prettier.
I gotta leave so I can get my personality back. It always seems to vanish after the light orbs. My friend who was very critical about trials and whatnot apparently tried out the new trial. They said it was very good. They said it was reminiscent of Dreadsail. I was shocked that we were getting a new trial. I remember being like more and more shocked during the presentation. I was like, wait, we're getting a what? And we're getting a what? Like, I was surprised that we were getting a zone, especially like that we were getting it in June, right? That was pretty crazy. I guess I should probably stream that Monday. But I don't know. Because I would have to convince Mom and Dad to stay up. And I don't know if they'd do that. Worst case scenario, I wouldn't be in the zone until like the weekend. I wish they dropped it on the weekend.
I love harvesting runestones.
This is taking forever.
Can you backstab him? I can pickpocket him. Maybe you can backstab him. Surely the slaves wouldn't rat me out if I did that, right? Oh no, though. I'm pretty sure I have the Blade of Woe, right? No, I don't. Not on Clouds. I have it on Visclus Day.
Hmm?
I was talking today on Blue Sky how much I appreciated Oblivion's stance on Argonians compared to Morrowinds, and I feel like a lot of people misunderstood me. At least some people. So basically, I was saying like the way that Oblivion handled Argonians was very refreshing and necessary after how they displayed Argonians. And that's not to say that Argonians were treated like incorrectly in Morrowind, right? Because you can't say that really, because that doesn't make any sense. Because the way that they were handled is the way that they were. But like the way that fans see them in Morrowind is basically you're watching Argonians at their worst, right? Yeah, have you ever known someone at like the worst point in their lives? Right? Maybe you meet them at like the worst point in their lives and they're like really low, they're not charismatic, they're depressed, they're honestly at some points you just feel bad for them. Right? You're just like you can't really help. That's how Argonians are represented in Morrowind, and then with all the, you know, with the fact that it was straight up racism and slavery, the fandom didn't handle that well, and they still don't handle that well, with a lot of racist jokes and whatnot. Oblivion comes in, right? Oblivion comes in 4 years later, and suddenly you have Argonians and Khajiits running shops, right? You have them in the Mages Guild, you know? They're, like, it's different in Cyrodiil. The culture's different, and I think the fandom needed that, because it's like, if that continued on, like, I mean, Skyrim didn't really help. Skyrim kind of went back to the more isolated racist viewpoint. It wasn't as bad as Morrowind, but it kind of went back, and it makes sense from a narrative standpoint, but it's like, are the fans mature enough for this? So basically, I'm basically saying the fandom is so stupid that they needed something like Oblivion to remind them that Argonian and Khajiit, they're just like everyone else. And I think that was necessary. And a big part of that, what reminded me of that, is that the Argonian that works in the Arcane University. Sorry, hold on. I've got it in my notes. What's her name? Tarmina. Tarmina, she works in the Arcane University in the Imperial City, right? She's part of the main quest. Baris sends you to her for, knowledge about the Daedric cults, knowledge about the Mythic Dawn, and about the commentaries on the Mysterium Xarxes. And no one makes a single comment about, her race or anything like that. It's not like, oh, she's pretty smart for an Argonian or anything. She's just straight up an Argonian who is at the Arcane University, and she's a professional, And the Arcane University is that's hyper elitist, You don't just go to that university. You got to be really good. And so to introduce a character like that early on in the main quest, I think was necessary. I think that's something that people deserved and needed to see, because the fandom is really pretty dumb. As a collective, we didn't handle Morrowind very well. We weren't smart enough for it. We basically saw a, I know, a lot of people like to go on and on about how movies and stuff are too preachy. Oh, you're being so preachy. You don't need to be so blunt. You're hitting me over the head with this moral or whatever. It's like, well, we need to, because if you don't do that, then you go the Morrowind approach. And if you go the Morrowind approach, everyone misunderstands. You literally need someone to tell you, because otherwise you end up making farm tool jokes on Reddit. It's like, you are dumb. You need to be coddled. Now, from an Elder Scrolls standpoint, from a lore standpoint, I don't think that's necessary. I'd rather them not take the fandom into account and just kind of go about it. That being said, though, the less racism, I think, in the lore, the better. I mean, it might have, maybe made more sense from the standpoint of the isolated main games, right? You're playing Morrowind, you're one player, and you're not talking to other players, and your experiences are your own. ESO is like an interactive game with, a lot of other people are here, and it's like, cool, now I get to be racist to players. ESO is like Arena on steroids, It's like you can go anywhere and meet all kinds of people and cultures, and I don't know why people decide to be racist over it. But again, I'm not saying that the Elder Scrolls needs to be, you know, squeaky clean. You can't have anyone be racist ever. No, I'm not saying that. Literally, as weird as this is, racism is like is a key part of the lore. You kind of need it. But you don't need to glorify it, and I don't really think they ever do. At worst, ESO, or rather, at worst, the Elder Scrolls doesn't glorify racism, but it will normalize it. And a lot of players don't understand what to do with normalized racism. They instead of realizing that it's screwed up, they oftentimes tend to misunderstand and get absorbed into it. Which is interesting from a social perspective, but also very upsetting. It's like, well, if we finally, you know, we don't tell you to hate this, you're just kind of supposed to know. And they're also casuals too. I'm not demonizing casual players. If you're a casual player of the Elder Scrolls, that's fine. But also, I've seen a lot of racist players, and it's like I can just tell that they're casual. But it is interesting to see a series that also often falls into doing, you know, it's like, oh, this character's racist and whatnot. It's interesting to see a series that does that also be the series that right now is taking the tagline of, you know, you belong here, and all the different characters are interacting, you know, depends, like, doesn't even matter what race or alliance you are, everyone's adventuring together. And do I think that is a bad direction? Absolutely not. Do I think that is a very staggeringly sudden direction to go in? Also no, because they've been kind of building towards this general vibe of not being at each other's throats, even in lore. Like with High Isle, for example. High Isle was literally a chapter where you're working to at least place the first stone to build an end to the Alliance War, because people are just tired of dying, they're tired of the fighting, right? They're tired of killing each other. And so that's one thing. And then outside of the lore, you get to like the advertising is a lot more about playing with each other, because the alternative is not fun. The alternative is not fun. Like, I was not playing during the days when you weren't allowed to play with other alliances until you did Cadwell stuff. But that sounds awful. I mean, like, sticking to your zones sounds terrible. Like, it just doesn't work for me. Literally, even in lore, if there's a war going on, you're still gonna have people from other races showing up in your areas, because now soldiers showing up, that's a different story. ESO's lean towards more inclusive, you belong here. The three Alliance heroes are now buddies, or best friendos. I don't know how they got out of Mirror Moor, but they did somehow, apparently. On the advertising, you can see it. But they're all best buds now, and that's to showcase that we're kind of done with the whole being at each other's throats thing all the time. Yeah. It also helps that in lore at this time, you also have some pretty inclusive rulers, right? So you for example, you've got Irene. Irene is very young, and she's very rebellious. You know, do your own thing, kind of a vibe. And she's in power, and she's a bit more patient and inclusive. She lets everyone go to Somerset, for example. She's the one to actually try to find peace during the Stirk meeting. So I would think that Elder Scrolls 6 is probably going to move away from all the racism. I don't know. Again, never expect it to go away. I expect it to be like maybe the point of future plots, be it ESO or not. But I think to the extent of Morrowind, you're not going to see that again. That's I think they probably learned from that mistake. Nice. Ooh. I don't know if I've been up here. Crap. You gotta be kidding me. Now, there's a funny example of,
Let me see.
let's see, what did I find? Beto, leather jacket, stamina, venomous helmet. There's an interesting, story about racism in the Elder Scrolls and wokeness, and that is the story of the 500 companions. Now, well, not really the 500 companions, but just the companions in general. So, you know, the 500 companions were the group of Atmorans that came back with Ysgramor after, you know, the whole issue at Sarthal, and so the whole vibe of the companions was like, you know, getting revenge on the elves for what they did. And so they came back, you know, and they took the fight to the elves, and eventually the companions kind of became like more of a kind of like their own little fighters guild. They you know, do work. I don't know, do they work? I don't remember if they like do work for people or not, but they are kind of a group, you know, just a group of fighters. Now, there's no real like boss of the companions. They have a harbinger, but it's not like a head honcho. I think it's more like out of respect, right? But there is technically someone at the top of the rung. Now, the companions went on for a while, right? It's very, very old, and at one point they allowed a hold on, I want to get this right. There's two examples. I want to make sure, I want to learn which one was first. I don't want to get it wrong, but there's two examples. Okay. I want to see, is this the Lofty? Is Lofty first? Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Here it is. So, okay. So Lofty is first. So essentially, Siroc the Lofty was a Redguard that joined the Companions. He was not of Etmoran descent. He's not a Nord. He was a Redguard, and they made him Harbinger. And people were like, "What?" Right? And then, what's his name? Henantir? Let me see. Generations later, the elf Henantir, the outsider, was named Harbinger. He is an elf, right? I don't know if we know if he's an Altmer or not, but he is an elf. And so basically, they had an elf leading the companions. And obviously a lot of people went, this is woke, I'm out. And they hung up their weapons and they left. A lot of people didn't. Obviously the companions are still a thing, but a lot of people literally just went, this is getting woke now. And it became kind of an issue of what is the heart of the companions. And I got into a debate with people about this. Some people, for some reason, thought that since the origins of the companions was revenge on the snow elves, that for some reason the companions was by default like an organization, what would it be, a mono-ethnic organization or something. They were like, oh, because it's made of Atmorans and it's about Atmoran superiority, it's got to be like slow, it's got to be mono-ethnic and only Nordic. And it's kind of freaky to see people do that. It's like, well, if the companions evolve, I mean, like, if what unites the companions is like their fighting spirit, your classic Nordic fighting spirit that can also be seen in any other race, if that's not the heart of the companions, and you think the heart of the companions is instead like anti-mer racism, I don't know what to tell you, but I'm actually, well, I might know what to tell you. You're not going to want to hear it, though. So it's like, I mean, basically those kinds of people that I argue with would be the kinds of people to hang up their weapons and say, we're done, this is getting woke now. So yeah, the Companions has had non-Nordic Harbingers before. By the way, the boat that they hang out in, Jorvesker, is, if I recall correctly, one of the boats that was actually used during Ysgramor's return to take back Sarthal. And like, that is crazy. I'm wondering how much of it is still the same wood, because I'm looking at it, it's like, oh my god. I mean, that's so old. Like, by the time of Skyrim, that's like, let's see, that would be mid-Merithic, right? So let's go ahead and say, let me do the math. Mid-Merithic, let's go ahead and say, 1,250 years until the First Era. And then you have about 3,000 years. So let's just go ahead and say, like, that's over 4,000. You tack on, like, the 800 for the Second Era. You're getting close to 5,000. Obviously, so you would probably be around somewhere around 5. I'd say, yeah, you man, getting close to, like, the over 5,000, 5,500. My brain's almost saying 6,000, but that can't be right. I'd say like 5,000-6,000 years. I don't know what they're using to keep that thing going, but it's obviously not being used. But this guy says, "Heraldstorm, help, please!" Oh. 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 You called. That was so cool. Ah!
The exchange.
I think I mentioned this before, but like on the topic of Elder Scrolls fans being like really toxic and racist, you have a lot of Pelennor jokes that are kind of used to be like very anti-Myrrh. You know, it's like, oh, you know, you see it all the time. And every time I see that, I'm always thinking like how basic these fans are, because if they were really into the lore, if they were really intelligent, they probably wouldn't use Pelennor as an example. They probably would go to Maruk and the Marukati instead. Because, I mean, like, Pelennor, yeah, obviously he was going after anything that was Myrrh-like, but also it was during a time of war, and there was literally, you know, the elves were suppressing humankind. However, Maruk, right, and the Alessian Order, during their time, not too terribly long after, of course, they were supremely anti-Myrrh, but the elves weren't even doing shit. They weren't doing anything. Like, if you wanted real elf haters, then you'd probably go for that.
You won't live to see them.
But these people are dumb. No, Ember! Uh-oh. I don't even have a quest going on. There's a lot of pets here. No! You'll agree with the green. Metro. There he goes. Can't heal that guy. I think he's wearing a ring. Man, that bear has a lot of health. Got him.
The reliquary. No! Price paid for this.
I gotta probably warm up my sandwich.
I don't think we are the first to camp here. Lots of fresh tracks.
Allow yourself some rest. The divines are watching over.
Ember the sorcerer reporting for duty.
She's like, okay then. Alright, I will be back. Give me a bit. Okay, hello, Mac. I've returned. I don't really know how long I'm going to be going tonight. Considering that I do have the UESP stream later. Definitely do not want to miss that. I mean me. I definitely do not want to miss that. Don't be layer Marcelok, don't be layer of the base game. I know. They're there. I'm not hurrying up, but I think they might be on quest. Oh. No, they're just playing. What beautiful music. After that, what do these bears do to us? They pulled them all in. They're even getting bullied by a troll. I gotta get dungeon stuff for my weekly. So I was recently thinking about like, oh, why don't they do treasure hunting stuff anymore? Why don't they do the scavenger hunts? You know, like they did with the... They did that. They did it in Greymoor, and they did the tapestry kind of one in Blackwood, but it wasn't. I don't think it was as involved. And that was kind of worked into scrying, if I recall correctly. I think that scrying kind of took the place of any treasure hunty stuff. Like, it's scratching the itch, I think they think. I mean, they're gonna have new stuff to scry on Solstice. No, 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 I'm not having a death. Not here. Guardian of the Flame! Probably a little bit overkill right there, but... Nice. Good positioning. Alright, so now we gotta do, the fight against these guys. Or is that when we leave and come back? We have to get the, torch thingy, don't we? It's like a little side tour. Good work from the tank. Pretty Junal banners. Ooh. And zip. There we go. And look out for these guys. Yeah, the little frostkins are annoying. Or being rather irritated with them early on in my early days. There's nothing here for me to get. Troll. Let's evade the trolls. It's easy. Run! It's hilarious. The visual right there is great. Don't worry about me. Oh. Hey, man. One's stuck in the wall. Okay, we're not going for the extra boss. Alright. Ice Heart time. Easy to dodge. Crap. I always like the name Ice Furnace. How I wish my inventory could be expanded. I guess I'm gonna make a lot of room in my bank. You know what? While I'm doing this, they're just kind of sitting there. I am going to... Sharp would be proud. What did you do? Oh wait, oh my god, wait, you were dead? Ah shit, man, I should have been here for that. How did that happen? I feel bad. I mean, I wasn't the only one back there. Maybe they should have waited with us. Wait, where'd they go? Oh. I'm asking if they want to do HN. They said I haven't done this in years. Ah! Here we go.
Frozen souls will haunt this place forever.
Doing good, doing good. Yeah, breaking free from her when she grabs you is absolutely mandatory. She will sap health from you and then this will last forever, depending on how much damage you're doing. Almost at 50 already. He's gonna start summoning Atros and stuff, though. Yeah, I kind of took a little bit too long there, but we're good, we're good. I couldn't believe it was me! I didn't think she'd grab me! Dystopia needs to break free. Okay, that was pretty bad. Well, I mean, we're doing a lot of damage. We're gonna try to out-damage that if we make a mistake like that. Yeah, I broke free. Doing good so far. It's pretty well contained, honestly. Here we go! There's the Atros. Nice work on the Atros. They did not last long. Gotta break free, gotta break free. Gotta break free. That's health sapping. I think you know, you need stamp for that, so not everyone's fully ready. Wow, yeah, that moves fast, doesn't it? I think it's way faster in this this phase. Nice. Smooth.
What kind of trouble we getting into?
Was Dystopia the one that hasn't been here in a while? No, that was Dude. So we need some ancient Atmoran, probably like early Nord symbols, right? Well, I would say, I think I'd say early Nord. At first, the Atmorans, they worship animal totems, and then over time they started to kind of alter into actual gods with like names, or rather, they would give them different names. We have Stune here, Mara, Kine, Junal. Now this is interesting. we have what looks like Dibella here. She usually get, yeah, she would usually get the moth. Come to think about it, I'm not very well versed in the origins of Dibella. What? Does she have elven origins? Notice that there's no dragon, by the way. Notice that there's no Akatosh, because for the ancient Nords, there was Alduin, right? The concept of a dragon god was a very uncomfortable concept. It wasn't one to be happy about. So there was no, like, I mean, they had an animal totem that was the dragon, but wasn't like, you know, anyone that would worship Akatosh, as the Nords would find out upon their interactions with the Medes, they would be like, "What is wrong with you guys? Why do you like this dragon guy so much? Like, we were raised to dislike this concept, but here you are worshiping it." So you're not really gonna find that in old Nordic things. Let's see, what's the crossover for Dibella? Like, I mean, her symbol is the moth, right? So she had an animal totem. So is her origins at Morin? Am I wrong about the moth? Mara's the wolf. Kine is the so you have wolf. Kine is the it's the hawk. But like, I'm looking for any reference to how the moth is related to Dibella. I'm gonna type in the word moth. Here we are. In the totemic religion of Etmora, precursors of the Nordic pantheon, the silver moth was considered to correspond with Dibella. This worship continued migration to Tamriel and Skyrim, where the Etmoran animal gods eventually became known by their modern names. Okay, so, but like, what's it? Hammerfell? No, not part of the original pantheon. Cyrodiil? They probably would have gotten it from the Nords. Blackmarsh. Okay, so from what I can see, Dibella would probably have her roots in the Etmorans. I don't really see anything else that goes further back than that. So you could probably put Dibella in the same kind of cup as Junal. I'll keep that in mind. I mean, I guess it's just because she's kind of low-key for me. Usually, I mean, you think I'd know this. Now, I knew her totem animal, but I didn't know if any other culture shared anything to do with her, right? So it's like, sometimes you'll get two cultures that have this perspective, and they don't really have a crossover. I need to do more Dibella studies. No, I actually do have a, I've got a Dibella statue in my room. Upstairs. This one. I saw the mermaid. It's like Anvil up in here. Alright. So, I'll probably, give me a second. I could probably move to Overwatch for a bit, but I don't really know for how long. Because I do have to do my UESP stream and stuff. I get a later start now because I come out at 11. Yeah, I'm gonna move to Overwatch for a bit. Give me a second, let me get that ready. Be right back. I return. Bidding. So let me tell you, I do not know what exactly is in the Sonic Drive-In, like the foil that they use to wrap up their foods. I have no idea what they like, what kind of foil that is. Let me tell you, it is like an insane material, whatever it is. Same thing with the styrofoam they use for their cups, because like their drinks feel so neutral on the outside. They don't feel like warm or cold, and then on the inside it feels cold.
And I'm not keen on wasting either.
And so what I did was, for dinner, I stopped by Sonic, right? And I grabbed some food, and I brought the food back to my work so I could put it in the work fridge, because I still had like a last hour to do before going home. I put it in the work fridge, and then I pulled it out of the fridge on the way home after like an hour, and headed home, and literally, like, it wasn't even cold. I mean, I didn't really want it to be cold necessarily, because, I mean, I was shocked how warm it was. It's like whatever foil they're using keeps everything so warm, even in cold environments. It is wild. I just wanted it to be coldish because it's like, it keeps it from spoiling so fast. But it stayed warm. I literally pulled it out of the fridge, and when I got home, I opened it up and opened up the foil, and I'm like, this is still warm inside. I don't know what they do, but it's wild. Fuck. Moist McMuffin left the game. Milky Maddie X joined the game. A lot of M's going on here. Whoa! I don't know what Lucio was doing. Oh, that's a good time to use it. That'll do it. Ah! I'm touching! I'm touching! Jesus fucking Christ. Touch, touch, touch! Touch, touch, touch. Please touch. Please touch. Sojourn. Oh, come on. Disgusting. I mean, like, I get that the Lucio's new, so you can't get mad at the Lucio, but that was nothing. That was literally just... I haven't seen anyone do that in ages.
Surrender to my will.
We were dismantled. Like, I mean, it didn't help that we lost our support. The hooks are pretty brutal. Well, I'm tank again. Can I play Hazard again? I think I'm giving Hazard a little bit too much of a hard time.
If you're in it with me, you're in it for life. Tore this place up.
Make sure you're ready. Who knows what we'll find out.
Tore this place up, I say. Everything looks completely fine. I guess it was the other room though.
Let's show 'em what we got. Bad guys, take 'em out.
Thank you. Go be grateful and spawn. Thanks for pulling me forward. I almost didn't touch. I'm not done yet. Woof woof.
What's happening?
Oh, the tank is crying. Are they gonna leave? They're I think they're having a fight. They don't want to come out. They're having like a little fight.
Enemy sniper.
They're giving us a lot of percentage. Oh, the tracer's just going in. Oh my goodness. I think Casamia's like, I come in peace, and then like gets thrown down with the tracer. No. Are they done? Like they had a fight, now they're fighting each other so much that they don't want to play? Oh shit. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh, it's so dark. Oh man. Oh man.
Let them out.
Ow. Oh man, that was too fucking funny.
We're in for a smooth ride, right? Right?
Keep moving. Don't help me give him an easy shot, do they?
Alright, are we actually doing it this time? Are we actually... What is going on this time? What's up? I mean, one of them's a widow, right? Yeah, so, I mean, someone's gonna get their head taken off.
Yes. Yup. Yes.
Someone's playing in traffic. I love how, the tank is so shitty that they don't want to play. Like, no one's playing because the tank is so shitty. The other tank, not me. I'm a good tank. Hadouken! Oh my god, it's Ryu from Super Smash. Up. I don't know if I've had a game like this. Like, I've had comp games that are like this, but like not games where they stop because the tank is so disliked. I'm gonna get sniped in the head. Yep. And she's just machine gunning. Ugh. Man, the countdown is actually going kind of slow, but it's OT. It's OT. Now what happens? I literally only have one emote. There we go. Oh, this is gonna be that pulse. Oh, it might be? Oh, she's just emoting. Oh no, this isn't the pulse. That was so funny. I mean, I can't even watch the replay because you know, it's not gonna replicate the exact movement, but the ragdoll movement.
If you're in it with me, you're in it for life. Yes. Now these punks I can ride with.
We know why we're here. Let's get to it.
What's happening?
Blam, blam.
Let's get this done.
Avengers low. Where's my team? Ah! They're backing up. That's where they are.
I'll give scars that sting once.
Yeah, that beam's gonna be a pain in my ass. Okay, we just lost, we didn't lose a heal. We lost Freya. That's damage, though. I'm on! Oh, I'm not the only one on. Go for the Zarya, go for Zar, go for Zar! Huge! Huge, huge, huge. Big play by the Freya. Come on, we got this. We got it, 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 we got it. No! No! I didn't get it. I tried though. I just couldn't find an opening for my ultimate, you know?
That one scratched at me. Oi, oi.
I don't know why she made herself known like that. Oh, I got the cowboy. Big follow-up by the Freya. She knows what she's doing. Lucio down. Come on. Come on. Come on. Just focus on the venture. What a brawl! Oh, they managed the cat. How'd they do that? Was I in midair? That's probably what happened.
Go again.
Yeah, back right up into it. They're really giving me all the heals they can, but it's not going to be enough. I don't think. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, man. Look at me fly. Like, run! I tried to jump out of the way.
I've been through worse.
We're not going to try touch? No, there's no way. I mean, Tracer might? Nope. Holy shit.
That one scratched the pain.
Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds.
Swapping my soda for water.
Get ready for a downpour.
Oh, they're gonna cap, aren't they? Okay. That could be huge. That could be huge. I refuse to let that go. Stuck between a purple rock and a hard place, aren't you? Yeah. Can't believe I let him get away. He's so slippery. Someone who's better at shooting, can you help me here? Okay, okay. She's used a shield, use the shield, use the shield. Okay, she still shielded it, but we did get the Moira. I'm gonna take that as a win. Thank you. Ugh. Sorry, I'm here again. Ah, dang it. I mean, like, if it wasn't gonna be the Deadeye, it was gonna be them.
Огонь по готовности.
Well, fresh start. I'll give you a slap.
Yeah, might as well not even put that away. It's just not gonna last long anyway. We should be playing like Zarya or something, to be honest. Zarya or Ryan. Tracer's gonna touch? No! Anything but that. Ow! I'm tank again, can you believe it?
We will crush them. I'm here to support you, but you have to put in the work.
Take care of each other out there.
Now see what I can do. Objective unlocks 10 seconds.
Hello. Good to see you.
Going for a new personal best.
I wonder what that represents. Huge. Well, rather, we got somebody. I think he's gonna try to hook someone off the edge. His positioning's kind of weird. I don't know. No, he's just mad. I think he's just fucking mad. Ow. Well, I don't have a shield right now, so I'm kind of a sitting duck. Not gonna have grab yet. Here we go, here we go! Oh shit, shit.
My armaments are ready.
My ultimate's ready.
I'm sorry. Okay, I want some charge before I really lean into this grab. Oh, wait. Okay, well, we're putting a captive stun. I'm gonna kind of focus on the hog here. I got way too close to the old lady. No! The tires, the tire got her? Yeah. He got a kill from the grave. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Against the wall. I'm gonna try to tank it. Okay. I think he might have gone off the edge. Okay, I'm gonna need the extra heals here. They have a bastion coming in. Hello. Whack. I had a weird match earlier. I don't know if I've never had a quick play match like that. Maybe, I don't know. It's basically they hated their tank so much. Because their tank was being a crybaby. Their tank even had baby in their name. I don't know if it was like roleplay or I don't know. But their tank was being very annoying, and so they refused to play with their tank. And so they basically all decided to just stop fighting entirely. And not even the tank fought. The tank just like stood and spawned. And so we all just like partied like it was a comp match that lost somebody. And we just kind of partied until the match ended. So I've had comp matches that that work like that, where it's like everyone parties once they lose somebody. But this wasn't losing anyone. This was everyone was just mad at this person so much that they decided to pretend they didn't exist. It was weird. I'm Spectacle.
Your Mercy has the mythic weapon.
Are you planning on getting the mythic weapon?
As soon as they have a season with a mythic skin, I don't care about it.
Oh.
Otherwise, I'm not gonna spend the money on prisms just for a weapon.
How often are mythic weapons available? I forget. Like, how does that work?
I think it's the same as skins, or eventually they just put them in the shop. I guess I'll have to go check that. Do you hear any noises from the Mercy's weapon?
Not
I'm guessing it's only.
particular.
I'm guessing only the Mercy hears them.
It's probably just Clint's idea.
Because I'm spectating the Mercy, and I didn't realize this little creature makes that noise every time you deal your damage with someone. Maybe I don't want this weapon.
If it's too annoying, they might nerf the creature. I don't know.
It does little squeaks every day. He's a cute little creature, but
I get like
making squeaks.
I get Moogle vibes from the Juno.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you were gonna say
noises.
this one.
Well, I mean, like it's the same season,
little
so maybe they
creature.
reuse it. I don't know.
I thought you meant like this little creature gives you Moogle vibes.
Oh no, the sounds
little
the
bear,
sounds that
like-
Juno's skin makes reminds me of the floaty sound that Moogles make. I don't know why. You can't spectate that Juno because enemy team. I don't shield my allies enough. Curse you hard! I'll get you next time! That's a strategic whole hog right there. That ultimate used to be crap. We need to take this. Like, if we give it to him, then we're looking at one chance, and I don't want that stress.
Nah, I think you won.
Why are you upset?
No, I was saying,
I think you
nah,
won.
as in like,
Oh.
I was saying nah, as in like you don't have to worry about that. What one's flying?
Oh, the
Whoa.
soldier says hi.
His name is Captive Son.
Wait, is it?
Yeah, look.
Oh yeah, look at that. I like that.
The Yari just did it right as he was running on the point. They were calling for him. Captive, or the, I don't know what Yari says.
You got played.
That ultimate is called Captive Son, right?
Yep. It's one of the
Oh,
cooler
she just
ultimate names.
face the sunrise is what she said. Can I ask a favor? Unless you really don't want to.
Want to do Stadium or something?
Yeah, they added another Stadium challenge, which is complete 2 games of Stadium in a group.
3 hours later.
Although if we win this one, it counts as 2 apparently, so... I'm scared to be tank. Actually... Yeah, that's fine, I guess. I don't know if I'll be able to. I'm trying to get that legendary loot box from the Stadium event. Even though I'll probably just get some Overwatch 1 legendary skin. Look at like the one Torbjorn Overwatch 1 legendary I never got or something.
Torb is meta now. I don't know. I'm sure he could be meta if you ban the right heroes.
Who are you gonna... Okay. How many Stadium matches have you done?
Probably that 1 or 2 with you, whatever it was.
That's it?
I think so.
I've been mainly only doing them for the challenge things.
What do you get for the challenge?
If you do enough of them, you get a legendary loot box, which, again, will probably not end up being worth it. But it's free legendary. Well, not free if it takes this much of my time, I guess. Just like with perks, after I do enough rounds, I kind of just start picking the same things. That's probably not strategically good.
We're just getting started and it's anyone's match.
But it's what I'm doing.
I'm gonna go with... Honestly, I'm gonna get more unique.
The arena is ready and waiting. 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, you're rushing me. Ooh, I like that actually. I'm gonna go with that.
The time for preparations is almost up.
You still play in third person?
No, I don't play in third. I can't imagine playing in third.
I've never done Stadium in first person just because I feel like I'm at a disadvantage because your FOV gets a lot smaller.
I don't know.
And then I'm like, well, everyone else could see more than me.
Why did they choose to make it third person optional? I feel like that makes me like it less.
I don't think it was Marvel Rivals, but it is.
They claimed it wasn't.
I think they were working on it before, but like I don't know. It's a bit of a weird coincidence that it was so soon after.
I'm gonna die.
Shoot.
It's just you and... Oh no, never mind. It's not just you and Juno. It is you and everyone. So I had like the worst week all year. It has not been a fun week. It's one of those weeks where it's just kind of like it's usually like I'm glad it's the weekend, but now it's like I feel like this is a holy day or something. Two holy days. So like, first off, I've probably told you about our weird shift problems.
Yeah.
That we've been having. So as a refresher, we essentially had the patrols divided into three different sections. First patrol is me, from 3 to 11. Second patrol is my relief from 11. Well, okay, no, I had it 3 until 9:30. And then my relief was 9:30 to 4 a.m. And then the new person was 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. And that's how we had it. And I started my weekend, last weekend, I started my weekend letting everyone know that, we just lost the employee that did shift 3, which means that I have to move back to my longer schedule of shift, of my 3 to 11 shift, which is much longer. So, that was how it started, and I go into work thinking that I understood the assignment. Hey, nice. So I get into work, and my supervisor tells me to sit down. He says, "You're gonna want to sit down for this." I hate hearing that. Like, think about not just hearing that, but also like,
yeah,
it's also just like hearing that from the context of I just got here Monday. We're just starting. You know? It's like, can we not? Like, I literally just got here. So, I sit down, and he says, your relief was terminated.
Arena is calling. Our teams have 20 seconds left.
I'm like, I knew that the employee that did the third shift is terminated, but now you're telling me that both of them are gone?
Armory is about to close.
What happened? And he says that, on Friday morning, neither, like, my relief left early before the third employee showed up, and the third employee never showed up, which meant that there was no one there at all. At all. So they both got canned. They both got kicked. They both got removed. Both of them! This lady has worked there since, like, 2018, by the way.
What to say? Wasn't that the person that's been working on it?
She's been working there forever. And this was her third offense, by the way. This was not like a one strike and you're out situation. So I'm like, what does this mean? And he's like, oh well, you have a relief to cover for you in the meantime, right? They got me a temp relief. It's like, okay. I'm trying to come to grips with the fact that, you know, she's gone and I've got someone else to cover for me. It's all very stressful. So that day, I try to continue on the day, and it's a very strange, chaotic day. There was a guy in the employee lot with a fucking drone.
Oh.
With a drone. I don't know who he was. What?
I'm assuming not an employee.
I don't know. Obviously, I don't know all the employees, but I was like, I put it in a report because I'm like, you know, there's a guy with a drone in the parking lot. Like, I don't know if he's supposed to be here. So, I let them know about that. And also, there was a loose dog. And it's just like things don't happen on my site, but suddenly everything was happening. Loose dog, and then also, I got there was a beetle in my car, and it was stuck, and I couldn't get him. He was like stuck in the most inconveniencing area possible, and I couldn't get it out. It was really hard, but I finally got it out. I swear to God. It does not help that beetles are very dumb. Oh my lord. So, the end of the day comes in, and the new relief that's covering for her comes in. Dang it! And then I go home, and I'm exhausted after all that, right? And so, like, I literally, like, I got on VR chat and just talked with Crazed about it for like an hour and a half. I was so overwhelmed with everything going on. Ah shit, ah shit, ah shit, ah shit. No, I fell! I don't know this math! I don't care. Nice. So, then Tuesday started, and it already felt like a week went by, right? Nice.
Was the person that was your relief for that day like an emergency relief, or is that like their position?
They had to get an emergency. They had to find someone, just some random person.
So do they do that every day now, or?
Well, that is where it gets interesting, because okay. So before I forget, another thing happened. The employee that was let go, my relief, she was apparently she needed her glasses out of the car, the security car, so she had stopped by on Monday, and so she stopped by on Monday, and my supervisor's like, hey, your relief is here, she needs the glasses out of the car, if you wanna get that for her, and I was like, I was like, it felt awkward because it's like, it was easier when she just wasn't there, and now I have to like, is this like I have to say goodbye and stuff. It's hard. So I'm like, okay, so I get her glasses, I go over to her, we do say like goodbye, you know, nice knowing you, things like that, and she leaves. Now I didn't learn until the next day that she wasn't there for the glasses. She was there to work because she didn't know she had been terminated.
Ooh.
She somehow didn't look at her texts and get the text, so she came in thinking that she was relieving me. In reality, she was out. And I didn't know that until Tuesday, so like way after. So yeah, Ice Boulder, nice. So, start Tuesday, and I come in and I do my job. I'm, you know, it's not the shortest, fastest day. It's just usual. It's like we're early on in the week, and this is still kind of annoying, sort of a day. I basically I stop by Sonic to get my dinner because that's what I do on Tuesdays. You know, nowadays I can't get it on the way home because I leave at 11. So instead, I go to Sonic in the security car at like 10:30, and oftentimes I fill up on gas, right? And then I also get my Sonic dinner and put it in the fridge at work, and then I come home with it. So I do that. I get my Sonic dinner, and I'm ready to go home. And so you know, it's 11, and I'm kind of waiting for my relief. And I'm waiting for my relief. And I'm waiting for my relief. And I'm waiting. 10 minutes go by, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. I text my supervisor. Hey, he hasn't shown up. What do I do? And I guess I mean I just nice. I kept patrolling, you know. It's like I just keep doing my job. But I'm like, what do I do, like so my supervisor
And that's like at 11 or something?
This is like at 11 p.m. At this point, closer to 11:30 because I was waiting for so long. I'm like,
you don't know how long your supervisor stays up.
Right, that's the thing though. I called him and I'm like, shit, is he asleep? And I think I might have woken him up. I don't know.
I meant to say GG in match chat.
Oops, I forgot to say GG.
Not only to you.
GG. So I call him. He's like, he picks up and he's like, I'm calling him. You know, he's like, I'm calling your relief. And then like after 10 minutes, he's like, yeah, he's not picking up.
And that's still the emergency relief.
Yeah. So I'm like, we get the proxy manager to call him. Nothing. He gives me his number. I'm texting and calling. Nothing.
What is happening on that site that makes people
Isn't
not
it? I mean,
show
like,
up?
That's what I was trying. I was like, it's like a Doctor Who plot or something. It's like, you know, it's like 73 yards, right? It's like, what's happening on the other end over there? What's going on? Because this isn't my shift. Like, you know, this is the other shift that I know nothing about. So I'm like, what do I do? And I'm like, can you find anyone else? And he's like, at this time of night? That's gonna be hard, you know? So I'm just continuing my patrols. Keep in mind, this is after 8 hours of working. And he and I feel bad because he's staying up a bit. But eventually he finds a middle ground. And that middle ground is that There is an employee that can show up at 7 a.m.
Oof.
But they can send an employee to his site, and he can train that employee to do his job, and he can come here at 4. That's literally the plan.
Is to train someone like immediately, like at the last second.
So he's doing work at another site, right? And so they send an employee to his site. He trains that employee to do his job, and then he leaves to go to my site.
So he trains them like right before they do it.
Exactly. So that person gets trained, and then this person comes in 4. Now, at this point, it's like, you know, like midnight. So essentially, that means I go from midnight to 4 a.m. Right? And I'm like stuck there, and I'm on the call with them. And I'm just like, as soon as he said 4, I suddenly got way more comfortable with the idea of staying over, because I do not want to do the 4 to 8 shift. I'm terrified of the 4 to 8 shift, and I think that's why everyone's leaving. I don't know, but I think that's why everyone's leaving. It's not as mysterious as it sounds, right? Because the 4 to 8 shift is the new shift, the thing that we've been trying to hire people for. And the 4 to 8 shift, essentially, is trying to clear the street of truckers that are parked there that aren't supposed to be there.
Oof.
Yep. And I think that might be giving you kind of an idea of why people are vanishing. I don't know for a fact, but I just know that it's not desirable. So this person who's going to relieve me, right, at 4 a.m. is going to be doing that job. So wait. So yeah, so basically he says that his name is Ernest. And I'm trying to imagine what an Ernest looks like. I'm thinking, Ernest, I can't imagine a young guy being named Ernest. It just doesn't make sense to me. It's gotta be an elderly guy. Like if you were an elderly person, you become named Ernest. and 4 a.m. comes
Your
around.
name changes to Ernest.
Yeah. 4 a.m. comes around, and this guy shows up. Elderly guy, yep, that's definitely an Ernest. Like, he looks like an Ernest. Now, the cool thing about Ernest is that he's on time. He's very, very nice. You know, he asks relevant questions. He's I kind of wish that he was my permanent relief, but he's good at his job. I'm just kind of, it's just a little bit scary because he was doing the 4 to 8, right? And it's like, I don't want him to have to deal with truckers. He's an elderly man.
Maybe they'll be nicer.
That's what I said to Mom, but then she laughed at me.
I mean, I don't know.
So I was a little bit concerned, but here's the thing though, is that not only was he filling in for me on Tuesday, but because my relief vanished off the face of the earth, by the way, the face of the earth, he's gone. I even trained this guy. I don't know what happened. Because that guy vanished, Ernest has been filling in. And, but yeah, he's very nice. I think, I've been wondering why he isn't, I mean, like, I don't know if he's having a harder time with these truckers or not, but he doesn't seem to be acting like it. But here's 2 things that I've gleaned from Ernest. What something I noticed about him the past few times I've seen him. He is a Vietnam War vet. He wears a hat that he is a Vietnam War veteran. Now, 2 things. 1, I don't think some truckers scare him because of that. 2, that might actually get him some respect on the street. I don't know if I'm
Yeah.
being too optimistic, but I think that like some truckers might not want to, you know, like you don't want to disrespect a vet. I mean, a lot of these truckers are like, you know, they would probably respect a veteran, and he wears that hat, you know, every time I see him, Vietnam War vet, and I'm like, maybe that's the key, you know, you get the respect of these men, because that's really the only. I mean, is that really shit? No. Wait, no, we're good. We're good. Is that? I mean, I don't think that's a coincidence. The fact that the only guy who seems to be okay with that shift is Ernest, who happens to be a veteran. I don't know. I'm just trying to think like a trucker. Apparently, Cray's father is a trucker, and I should ask to see if she thinks he cares.
But he's also emergency relief.
Yeah, he's not permanent. He's not. So the question is, how do we? Who's our permanent relief gonna be, right? Especially since I want a fucking vacation. I've been trying to plan this vacation forever. So, how's that gonna happen now, right? I mean, that was another reason why I was so stressed on Monday, is because it's like I came in trying to strategize how I'm gonna negotiate a vacation, and I instead learned that I'm never gonna get a vacation because our relief vanished, or they got terminated. So,
Another round down, and it's safe to say the teams are in the zone.
So basically, as soon as Brian, my supervisor, was telling me about the termination on Monday, something happened that has honestly been kind of keeping me going. He got a phone call while he was telling me that we lost a position, and that phone call was by a former employee who was asking if we were hiring. So she is going to be picking up where Ernest is working now, right? So Ernest is going to work until she gets all set up, her orientation and everything. Am I worried about her? Yeah, because I don't think she's a Vietnam War vet, and truckers don't respect women a lot of times. I mean, Mom's even saying like you're gonna need a dude to do this, because truckers probably aren't gonna be wanting to do any. They're not listening. They're very old-fashioned. So I don't know. We'll see how it goes. But basically, like, I want to, if she gets the job, I want to ask for a vacation as soon as she gets on the site, before she figures out that she hates it. Because I'm not going to get a better chance. Oh, also, I stopped a criminal.
Not the drone flyer.
No, I don't. I wouldn't say. I don't know. But so basically, on Tuesday when I was staying the night, weird shit happens at night, and I was patrolling the employee lot, which is a parking lot that is attached to the street. And the only way I can get onto it is by leaving the warehouse parking lot and then driving around the street into the parking lot for the employees. So I was leaving the employee parking lot going onto the street, and I noticed some lights, and I was like, oh, those are police lights. And then I was leaving the employee lot, right? So I'm like, oh, I'm gonna wait for the policeman to go by, and then I'll leave. And I'm noticing that they're going like 2 miles an hour. They're going so slow. Why are they going so slow? There's like 2 of them, and it turns out they're trailing behind a car so closely it's like they're hooked to it. It's like the slowest car chase you've ever seen in your life. And the person that they're following is like, you know, refusing to stop, refusing to park by the side of the road, I guess, and he just keeps going and keeps going and keeps going, and then he tries to pull into the employee lot, where I'm leaving. And so basically, like, unwittingly, the security car pulls up and sandwiches him between it and the policeman, and it's like, shit. It's like, so apparently, I mean, I don't know what they were stopping him for, but I might have just stopped a criminal, I guess. His car had, like, the Joker on the side of it, for some reason. It was, like, the most stereotypical criminal car.
No.
What?
I said definitely a criminal.
Definitely a criminal.
I'm joking.
You're like, sir, do you know how sick that art is on the side of your car? Is like, that's crazy sick.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say, sir, do you know how sick the Joker is? You're a sick person for having on your car.
But yeah, and it's like, I don't know, like,
That guy's messed up.
it was just weird. Like, he probably thought they called security or something, but it's like, nope. Nope. I'm just here. I'm just existing. I just did crazy amount of damage to Jugger Queen, but it doesn't matter. I probably should have gone for squishier targets. I've never been here before, actually. Arena Victoria?
So is the problem with the 4 to 8 that like truckers will use that place to like sleep overnight or something, and you have to wake them up and tell them to leave?
Well, it's,
or are they just like loitering?
they're on the street, so they're not technically on the lot. And Michaela claims that we don't have jurisdiction over the street, but apparently we do, because that, from what I hear, that's where this takes place. Yeah, truckers stop on the street, and they're not allowed to do that unless they've got like an appointment within the hour or something. So it's basically like you have to move. And so what we do is we offer a list of places that they can go to, right? So it's not just get out of here. It's like, oh, here's some place where you can stop. And I think that's kind of nice. But I would never want to do it. I was really scared that I was gonna have to do it.
Yeah, truckers at 4 a.m. probably don't like that.
Nope.
The time for preparations is almost up.
I mean, Ernest didn't really seem to care. Like I said, he's probably seen crazier things. But yeah, I need a vacation. The rest of the week went pretty normal. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
So you did work till 4 that night?
Yep, I was there till 4 a.m. Then I got home and...
did you get, like, paid extra?
Yeah, I should get overtime, which is pay and a half. So I should have gotten 5 hours of pay and a half.
But you're saying should have, so I'm guessing you didn't.
Well, I can't know because my paycheck comes in next Thursday, but I'm like 99% sure that I am, and if I don't get that, then I'm gonna take it to them because, yeah.
Well, with all the people that have stopped showing up, maybe they don't have enough to pay.
They don't have enough to pay. Yeah, it's massive security.
I don't know, they're like.
I mean, like that. I'll make that their problem if they don't have enough to pay.
I guess.
It's like, sorry, we can't pay you
like,
for your labor. That's a court case.
Yeah.
Memorial Day is also on Monday, so that means that I also get holiday pay, which is, I believe, also pay and a half. So I'm kind of, I might buy something this weekend because I'm tired tonight and I want something. Oh, I mean, I got so freaked out, on, like, Thursday, I think. looking through my bank account to try to find, like, I was like, okay, well, let's see how much I can deposit into my account. And I'm looking at my money, and I'm just like, that is way lower than it should be, which is not a good feeling when you look at your account. I'm like, because I have a savings account, you know, and then I have a spending account, right? My spending account, I try to keep a certain number in there, and I'm looking at that spending account, and I'm like, whoa, that's way lower than it should be. So I'm looking through my transactions, and I noticed that at certain times during the week, like random times during the week, hundreds of dollars are being taken out of my immediate account. And I'm like, what is happening? And I'm trying to, like, figure it out, and I'm trying not to panic, and because it's like, here's the account number that you're siphoning money into. I'm like, I don't know this number. This isn't Dad's number. And then it took me a while to realize, oh wait, shit, that's my savings account. That's my deposit. That's where I'm, because like I was moving money into there, and it counts as a transaction that it'll list in my transaction history, which makes sense, I guess. And so I'm like, oh shit, that's me. Oh my god, you know, I'm just like, who's siphoning? Because I'm looking at the numbers, it's like $200, $300, $400, and I'm like, what the fuck? So I start trying to figure out what's causing my actual money loss, and I think it's because I pay for rent, but Dad had not actually like deposited the money that I paid him, so it hasn't taken it out of my account, and it's telling me to prepare for that. It's telling me, oh, prepare, because he's gonna check that cash, and it's gonna leave your account. And it was doing that for both May and June, because it's so close to June. So it was basically telling me that I owed 2 months in rent, and that is why I was so low. That's like $1,200. So that explained that. That was my assumption, and then we had Dad look at it, and Dad assumed the same thing. So, oh shit! What a toss! What a toss! Oh, on his low! On his down! No! I have a perk, or whatever, where when I'm done with my deflect, I swing my dragon blade. A free dragon blade slice, whenever I deflect, is pretty sweet. But it's like I have to, like, you know, I have to time it right. Nice, good job. So, it's funny, like when I brought up Andor well, when I brought up I was showing Mom Andor to Jared, he was like, don't do that, she's not gonna like it, and then, you know, like, the more we get into the second season, he's like, you know, she's definitely not gonna like this. And, oh shit, that's a nanobob? I didn't know. Oh fuck. I didn't know. And he was like, don't show her that. And then I showed her that, and do you know what's happened now?
She won't stop talking about it?
Well, yes, but also she she literally can't watch anything else Star Wars. She can't. So here's the thing. She you know, we watched the finale Sunday, right? And or no, we watched it Saturday, and then we watched Rogue One on Sunday. And so she was going ballistic, or more like what's the word? Withdraws, I guess. She was going through withdrawals, and so I go to sleep Monday morning, and I wake up, and she's messaging me, and she had tried to watch The Acolyte.
Oh no.
Like, first thing.
Not that it's bad, but
yeah.
The juxtaposition of it.
Without like me preparing her for the change, like the shift in like style, I would have really wanted that opportunity to give her like a,
yeah,
I don't know, like I just I woke up and she said OMG. So bad. And I was just like, it's like, no, you're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to go right, because she was just thinking, I want more Star Wars, I need more Star Wars, and she went right for the Acolyte. And I'm like, obviously it's like, the Acolyte's one of my favorites, but you can't do that, you know? I told her, I said, you went from a gourmet restaurant to, you know, something a little less gourmet. But that just showed how desperate she was, that she started picking up. She said that she abandoned the Acolyte and went straight to The Mandalorian season 3. She was basically just going frantic. She was reaching for anything. She's just like, I'm gonna watch Mando, and she watches Mando, and she's like, no, this isn't doing it for me either. And she was like, you know, getting shaky. So I was not really sure how to help with that, right? It's like you could watch it again, but she knows that. So I thought, how do I help? And I came up with an idea, because I realized
told her to watch Breaking Bad.
No, I mean, like, if you want her to watch Breaking Bad, then go ahead. But no, my idea was that I thought, well, how is my experience with Star Wars shows different from Mom's? And I thought, well, when a show is over, or like an episode or a season is over, generally I don't miss it as much, because I watch a lot of like YouTube videos about it, because that gives me like, oh, I didn't notice that, or here's a cool character deconstruction and stuff like that. And with any other Star Wars show, that's a really bad idea. But with Andor, that's a pretty solid idea, because Andor doesn't really have the toxicity that you'd expect on YouTube. So I found her some videos, and I was like, watch these. They might give you like more context that you might enjoy, and you might enjoy observations, because that's the way to keep a show going, right? It's like, look at it through a different eyes. Look, maybe you'll see some things that people notice that you never noticed, and stuff like that. So the first thing I did was I showed her Generation Tech, who's one of my favorites. Star Wars Explained obviously is a go-to, but I felt like she might enjoy Generation Tech more, because he's more political, and that's kind of who you want with Andor. I don't know his politics, really. I just know that he's really into politics. He's a very, what's the word? He's very, nuanced. He's definitely not someone to go far one side or far the other. He feels a lot more centristy. But that being said, like watching his takes on Andor and like how it might relate to our world right now and other things, how it might relate to certain other countries that, you know, we don't really you don't really consider all the time, and he's really good about that. Literally, he'll talk so long it's like, wait, is this a Star Wars video? Because he's talking about, like, China, you know? So I showed Mom that, and she really liked that a lot. I think that Andor is his cup of tea. I don't really know, like, what else Star Wars could do that would be more his, like, cuppa. It's, like, right up his alley. So yeah, I did that. I mean, I should probably send her more, but it depends how hard the withdrawal hits, right? If it wears off, okay. So, but yeah, I mean, like I mean, she went through the entire season in like 2 weeks. 2 weeks. I mean, I guess you're maybe you're gonna meet a withdrawal like even harder if it's 2 weeks, because you're so used to watching it whenever you feel like it, and suddenly it's stopped. So that yeah. I could see how that would probably hurt worse than us. But I mean, it's hard for me to say. Like, I want to say it's the best Star Wars show, but the Clone Wars has like, I'm not like proud to say that nostalgia might be doing a lot for me when I say that it's my favorite Star Wars show. The Clone Wars is like, it's got a legacy to it. It's got such a, it's got so many memories in it. I think it's just, I think it's in the place where you just can't dethrone it as my favorite Star Wars show. But Andor is like right there. In fact, it's one of the best shows of all time. I would put Andor in one of my favorite shows, period. But if we're talking like Star Wars shows, I'd probably put Clone Wars up there. Ooh, that was nice. Look at that.
I still haven't done my Rogue One rewatch.
Yeah, we did it like immediately. They were like, oh, you don't have to, and because man, how does she have Bob already? What the heck?
Probably some ability.
Have Bob immediately.
There are some abilities that like start you with some old charge, and there's some crazy stuff. I don't know.
I was supposed to be doing my UESP.
Why
is he tiny?
There's a tiny Bob apparently.
Bob. They ain't no. But yeah, I was supposed to do my unofficial Elder Scrolls Pages stream on the weekend, and it's like I eventually just didn't get to it because we had like, you know, Andor and then Rogue One, and before that we had Mother's Day, and so like I've been feeling really bad about that. I've been like, so I'm gonna be doing a 2-hour today, so I probably can't go too much longer.
Yeah, you got nothing to watch this week, I guess.
Nope. So I'm gonna try to do a 2-hour USP stream, and then we're gonna have family night, and then after that, hopefully VR chat. Tiny Bob. Oh my god, so much is happening there!
Yeah, we kinda used all of them.
It's gonna be nice not having anything on Sunday, you know, just like nothing. Sleep, wake up, get dinner, stream. And then Monday should be some easy work, because there's not even gonna be anyone there. It's just gonna be a day of silence. It would have been great if I got him with the blade. Shit, shit, shit! I thought it ended out!
Oh no.
The
no,
rampage!
now
It's huge!
It's over.
Like how it shows up the scores up there, like it's Overwatch League or Championship Series.
This is where I changed to Lucio. But I can't.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Dang, it's over. Unless you
Do
can
it!
touch...
Change to
Wait,
Lucio or we're gonna lose!
We might be able to. Maybe.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
We'll be able to touch at least. It won't be pretty.
I need everyone here. Okay, someone's gotta get Anna over here. I'm gonna get slept or some shit. I'm gonna die.
Get massacred.
The
Yeah.
burn damage. No, we tried. Oh my goodness.
That was a half hour.
What do all the G's stand for?
It was a good game. That was 27 minutes. 28 minutes.
That's wild. That was 2 matches though, right?
Why did our tank trash talk them and then leave? We lost. Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt you earlier, but the first match we did actually counted as 2 because we won, and so we didn't need to.
Oh, okay. Well, whatever.
But
I
it
had
was still
fun.
fun.
But I mean, like, I gotta be up in time. Last thing I want to do is mess it up again. They said they were gonna fire me. I'm just kidding. They did say they want me to advertise. They're like, let us know so that we'll let everyone know when you're gonna go live. And it's like, the only thing that's stopping me is I don't know if I'm gonna wake up. I'm so scared that I'm gonna oversleep, right? I mean, like, if they tell everybody that you know, I'm going to be there at 4 p.m. and I'm not there, then I've really messed up. So that's why I haven't really committed to that. But if I do that, maybe it'll help.
Different.
I'll probably be playing more tomorrow, though. I don't.
My loot box counter broke again.
Oh,
It says I have 4, but I have 3.
you could probably sue over that.
I don't think so. You probably wouldn't know if Mom's gonna use the headset tomorrow or not.
No, but didn't she say she would?
She did, but then Michaela also said she would, and they use the same one, so they're gonna have to like fight over that.
Well,
And knowing Mom, she'll probably be like,
yeah, she'll
"It'll hurt
relent.
my head anyway, so you use it."
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
there's a
she
bunch
would
of maps
immediately
that
relent.
if you get a chance to tell her, there's several maps I want
Well,
to take her
If
to.
Michaela wants to use it, then what can I do, right? I mean, it's like, what would stop her?
I don't know. I waited a week for those maps. I've collected a lot of maps. I mean, I guess I've collected some maps that she doesn't need to be in VR for, but I'm still holding on to some from like over a week ago. That
I don't think I have
I've been
anything.
waiting.
I might get on and try to collect some stuff.
I've got some that I've waited specifically for Mom to be in her headset for.
I had an idea for a VR chat world, and it's a shame I don't know how to make VR chat worlds. I can imagine it's probably an incredibly complex process, so I don't know how I would do it. But my idea was a 50s sitcom stage VR chat world, where like everything's black and white. Even every person that's in it is black and white. So you have to have a black and white monochrome filter. And then, like, you can snap the camera into a specific spot that works as, you know, your classic angle for the sitcom. And then you would have stuff like maybe some camera effects to adjust the aspect ratio and audio, and maybe add a little bit of grain. And you can, like, film, like, 50s, 60s sitcom episodes in VRChat. Do you have, like, different stages? You know, you got your living room, your kitchen, your bedroom, have some extra stages. And you could, like, that would be pretty fun. The stuff you could do with the camera would be great. I don't think anything like that exists.
Yeah, the closest you'd probably find is something like a WandaVision map or something.
WandaVision map. Yeah.
Well, because who else is gonna make a...
Yeah, I don't know.
Other than, like, some Marvel fans.
It's like those. It's like the shows in WandaVision, you know. It's like the.
Exactly. It's like no one else in VR is probably gonna have much appeal with that.
That's like the guy that thinks that the Weird Al version of a song is the original.
So I got a legendary loot box from the past, not the event thing. I haven't got that one yet, and I got a Zarya legendary from 2016.
Oh my god! Classic.
At least I'm pretty sure it's definitely a base Overwatch, not even an event. It's the Siberian Front one. Yeah, I think that was. Yeah, she had that from launch, I think.
I look up VRChat sitcom world, and the first thing that comes up is the stand-up comedy, but in VRChat. That's hilarious. Okay, let's see. TV shows / movie worlds. Anyone know?
I have been to a couple that are purely black and white, but they're not like sitcom theme. It's just for the artsiness of it.
Yeah.
Are you looking them up on like a website or something?
There is a website I can look at, but right now it's just kind of straight up Googling. This person says, just try worlds with video players. Oh, so this person's asking for like a TV show movie world so that you can watch TV shows. No. I'm looking for filming a TV show. Oh, here's TVRS Studio. Here's one. I don't know what this one looks like. Virtual Reality Studio. I don't know what this is, but it might be a talk show. I think it might be a talk show. Let me see.
There's probably some maps that are like news.
Yeah, this is like
station type thing.
This is like Jimmy Fallon, I think. And it looks like there's other stuff as well. It looks like there are other worlds. I'm not sure though, but not quite what I'm looking for. Have you ever like worked with the blur and stuff on the camera? It's very fun. Oh, here's 90s sitcom apartment. So here's one.
Like a Seinfeld apartment.
Yeah, this is Seinfeld. Watch 90s TV and hang out in Jerry's apartment. Yeah, this is Seinfeld. Wait, hold on. Give me a second. I'm gonna. How do I save this? This would be great to like bring Mom into and see if she recognizes it. This could be fun. I mean, it's 90s, it's not 50s, but I'll hold on to it. I might check it out in a bit. But yeah, I'm assuming that we'll be ready 8 p.m. the usual. Nothing should really get in the way this week from 8 p.m. today. And then 7 p.m. tomorrow.
I'm still tempted to get that Street Fighter skin, but then I see the price. It's not worth it. That being said, if it was for Diva, I would have bought it.
You should let them know that. Give it to Diva.
Send them an angry email. What are they gonna do about it now? Fine, we'll make another one. We'll make the same
Just got a
skin for a
message back.
different arrow just for you.
Fine, we'll make another one.
Yeah, those like $28.
They added Ryu from Super Smash.
Streets.
From what?
Ryu from Streets.
From Streets. Street 6.
It's a popular video from back in the day.
How old?
At least 10 years, I think, because it was before Street Fighter 5.
I'm gonna try out the Mercy weapon.
Don't worry, I'll be right behind you.
Okay, I have a little friend. I've got a little friend.
It drug me in here too, but I can't try any scan them just here, I guess.
Might not necessarily.
Look at your UI though; it changes all the little
Oh
stuff
yeah.
under the old,
Oh my goodness, I didn't know you were here.
old bar and stuff. Yeah, it drug me in here. I don't get to try out the weapon. I'm just here. Why are you in a? Oh, you're in like a elite or a contender skin.
Yeah, because it was white, so it matched with my hard light staff that I own.
Oh yeah, you got that from a loot block. I don't have any
Mm.
mythic weapon or weapon skin or anything. But yeah, next time there's a mythic skin I don't care about, I'll just use the prisms on that one probably.
I mean, like I'm hearing a bit from the damage boost, but the healing doesn't sound too different.
He doesn't make a little noise.
I guess I'm hearing some sparkles. Wait, hold on.
Little
Wait, when I
creature
got
or
you,
something?
when I got you, I heard. Oh.
Maybe you have
Yeah,
to.
he squeaks
maybe it's-
whenever I. He squeaks now and then when I lock onto you.
Maybe it's not every time. Do the flourish. Oh wait. Oh yeah. I guess you can't because that's the switch weapon.
Yeah.
Or
How
at
do you
least-
flourish? Oh, you press
I'm pretty sure
R.
it's-
You can press R.
Yeah, you flip them like a pancake. I don't know.
No, I hate that. I love this. What the heck? Why? It's just like, hey.
Yeah, I can't get it next season because that's the Diva mythic I've been waiting for since 2 came out. But hopefully they have some mythic I don't care that much about. And I'll use the prisms on it.
He shouldn't be on the battlefield. This little fella should be somewhere safe.
Hammond gets to be on the battlefield.
Hammond's not innocent. Yeah,
When you die?
I don't know. What does my staff look like if I die?
He's probably just gone. I
Wait,
assume.
let me. Shield yourself, little dude. Ow,
Oh, I
ow,
should be
ow,
healing you.
ow.
Well, your health's gonna go back up so fast. This could take a while. I'll help.
I have to be really close so that there's no time between the damage. You're not.
I'm helping.
Yeah, you're helping.
Oh, I'm accidentally hitting him. Oops.
Ow, ow, ow. He's just sitting there. He's just sitting
Oh, he's
there.
there,
He's
yeah.
like, what's up?
He's still floating.
What's up? That's funny. That's funny. The flourish is good. Okay. Alright, well. I probably won't pick this up, but. I mean, like, I'm trying to save my mythics. If I played Mercy more, maybe? I feel like if I played Mercy more, I definitely would. But, like, I rarely play her. I thought I would play her a lot when I started playing Overwatch. I was like, I'll play Mercy. Because I like healing. It's like I'll play a lot of Tracer. Fate had other plans. I mean, like if I looked at my time on Mercy, Mercy time.
I've got 201 hours.
This would be overview. Competitive, all modes. Oh, that's hero level. Time played, all modes. Mercy is at 13 hours over the course of my entire PC history. I've already caught up with that with Juno, you know, so Juno's at 13. I need to change the color of the Overwatch logo on the top left. I can't see what game I'm playing. Alright. I should probably raid this later than I'm used to because I start later now, so.
I keep seeing that I have a loot box, but I click it, I don't. Ah!
Sue! I gotta hold on to this Seinfeld map. I mean, who knows what other ones there are. Alright. Give me a second here. I will see you tomorrow then. When we do the VRs. I guess we could try to figure out if Mom's gonna be using the headset or not, but it probably wouldn't hurt if you texted her in case I forgot.
Yeah, I might ask her.
Alright. Bye.
Bye. Good night.
Night. Alright, I'm gonna raid, let's go to, let's go to Leaf. Thank you so much for being here, it is appreciated. I will see you next time, probably at like, 8 p.m. Central Time. Gonna do some VR chat, and then ESO, then maybe Baldur's Gate. Probably Overwatch after that. And then Sunday is going to be the usual 7 p.m. start, if everything goes well. Starting with VR chat, going to ESO, and then probably Overwatch after that. I'll give you a minute to get the raid ready for Leaf. I will see you next time.